All right. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Pardon me while I adjust the camera just a tiny bit. Decided to shift on me slightly after I hit go live. So there we go. All right. So that's where we're at. That's good. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Hello. Hope everybody's doing well. So we've got a slight change in... We've got a slight change, to put it, not too fine a point on it. Because a couple people weren't available tonight. Trior, the player for Trior, Mike, is recovering from, not feeling very well. And Gal was also not feeling well, I believe. I forget the specifics. Either way, it was determined that without the full party, or without half the party, probably was a good idea not to play tonight. So instead, y'all get to listen to me chat about things in general, and watch me paint some minis. So, yeah. If anybody has been tuning into the Thursday Battletech stream, I've been painting some minis over there too, but those have all been giant robots of one variety or another. It's not what we're going to do here. We're going to do something a little bit more appropriate to Curse of Strahd. We have some Undead minis. Actually, so it's slightly false advertising. Technically, these are hollows from the Dark Souls board game. So we've got a giant hollow, we have a hollow soldier, and we have a hollow archer. Hollows are basically just undead, just with slightly different flavoring. I think they're Cool Ranch undead, if I remember correctly. But, sorry, it's a terrible joke. Anyways, so the closest thing I've got to undead, which I figured were appropriate to Barovia Ravenloft. So, hollows it is. Plus, I've got a ton of these Dark Souls minis that I have to get around to painting anyways, so this is kind of a perfect opportunity. You can see here in our little display case, we've got a few minis that are a little bit more D&D inspired. So, I've got my owl bear here, which I'm pretty happy with. I went through and I dry brushed on a little bit more white on the feathers because that faded more than I wanted to after I kind of finished it up. So I figured I'd add in a little bit more just to get that white to pop out a bit and give it a little bit more variation in the color. I've also got, this is a hero from the Dark Souls board game. I've got our warrior here, big axe, decided to add a little bit of blood on the edge there, shield. And then we've got our thief from the Dark Souls board game. Also got a shield, sword, black cloth armor and everything like that for stealthiness. So, a little bit more Barovia appropriate than the big robots. But yeah, so I've got 3 minis, and I need to figure out which one I want to paint. If anybody has any opinions, feel free to let me know. Like I said, we've got the hollow soldier, sword and shield, rusty armor, the hollow crossbowman, rusty armor and a crossbow, and then of course we've got the giant hollow, rusty armor and a big axe. If you have opinions, let me know. Otherwise, I am going to give it a minute while I try to figure out what color I'm going for here. I think general palette scheme here, or like color scheme here, is probably going to be like browns, a little bit of black. Obviously, they should look really dirty. The swordsman, hello, hello, Kashira. How are you, my love? The swordsman. Well, I mean, you're the only person here at the moment, I believe, and even if you weren't, you were the first person to respond, and even if you weren't, you're my wife, so you kind of get preferential treatment. Nepotism is a wonderful thing. Alright, so this is the guy that we are going to be painting to start off with. We'll probably adjust, where's the best lighting for that? Is that I think that's more or less good. He's a little bit top lit for the viewers at home on this camera, but Otherwise, kind of center frame. I think we'll roll with it, and you know, if we need to adjust it, we will. So yeah, rusty metal, like grubby clothes, and you know, some sort of like kind of gaunt. They're not technically decaying, the hollows. Oh, actually, maybe the axe. You're gonna change your mind. I see how it is. Yeah, we could do the axe guy. I don't think he'll fit on my little base here, though. So let's find out if that's true. Yeah, he's definitely not going to fit up there. So he's just going to hang out on top of it, and I'll just have to be careful when I'm moving it around to keep it in frame and to not drop it or smear paint everywhere. We'll see how it goes. But cool, yeah, we can do that. Okay, so we need... Let's pick out some of our colors, I think. This ethereal blue is pretty good. It's kind of a faded blue. Do I have tack? Sadly, no. I actually need to get some of that. But I think this faded blue will probably work relatively well for a few various things. Like if I want to get kind of like a vaguely kind of metal color without it being too vibrant, I think that'll work well. Another thing I want to grab is... Where are you? Where are you? Nope, not you. Not you either. I know I've got you. Where are you? You are right here. Okay. We got this cobalt red, which I think is going to be really good for kind of like adding a little bit of rust color over top some of the metal items and things like that. So we're going to grab that. We've got our classic dark brown and lighter brown. And then we've got... This is technically ruddy skin, so it's supposed to be... If not, we should get... Yeah, that actually would be great. That would be very handy. Thank you. Right now I'm using tape to affix minis to the top of the bottle that I'm using as the base when I prime and varnish the minis. And it works. It's just, you know, it's wasting tape. Although I guess the tack, it's not really something you can reuse, so it would just be wasting the tack. But, either way. That would be great. It would be very handy, but not like a huge priority at the moment. So yeah, we've got... I'm going to set these out over here real quick. Again, we've got the ruddy skin, we've got the Minotaur hide, and we've got the Owlbear brown. Those are probably going to serve as like our major colors for this, with a little bit of the cobalt red for rust, some of the ethereal blue, and where is it? Maybe orc skin, dungeon stone. Trying to decide what I want the skin tone for these guys to be. Oh, you know what? Actually, there is a green here that should work. Well, we've got zombie flesh, and we've got another one that is... Aha, lich skin. So, we've got a few different colors that'll be good for weird skin tones, I think. Can't stay long, already falling asleep. That's okay. Thank you very much for tuning in and saying hi. I appreciate it, kind of kicking things off. I hope that when you get to sleep, you have good dreams, and that you sleep well. I love you very much. For those of you who are watching and not familiar, Kasher is my wife, so I can say that. I mean, I can say I love you to any viewers, but in this particular case, it's particularly meaningful. I don't know why that doesn't mix at the bottom there, but that's fine. Okay, so we've got a number of colors that I think will probably work reasonably well. I might snag one of these kind of like muted yellows as like a highlight color for some of the clothes, just to add a little bit of lighter dry brushing at the end to kind of make them pop a little bit more. So we're gonna get a little bit weird with this color palette. Love you. Aw, thank you. Mwah. Okay, so that's gonna go there, and basically I'm gonna set these out kind of in order from light to dark in the various. I knew I was gonna knock that thing off of there. in the various kind of color ranges that we're going to be using. So you're going to go with the browns because that's kind of what you're closest to. And then we've got, you're going to hang out there with the greens, even though you're more of a blue, and then we've got the grays. Okay. All right. So I think the main color block we're going to use for this guy is probably going to be one of the brown. I'm going to move you off to the side. Oh, I should take this off so I can actually get to the water when I'm going to need it. I think the main colors are going to be kind of a brown. So I think I'll start with a darker brown. Not the red, the darker. There we go. The owl bear brown. We're going to kick that one off. We're going to use that one to kick this off. We're going to put some up there. Whoop. That is probably not what I want to be doing. That's okay. Could be worse. All right, and we want to water this down a reasonable amount. Not like, it doesn't need to be, I've been told milk consistency, which is kind of a weird comparison when you get right down to it. It's like, is milk that much thicker than water? But it actually is. There is a difference, and we want to make sure that we are kind of going with the best options for what we're trying to do here. All right, so mix that, clean out the brush. This guy has just kind of become my sacrificial mixing brush at this point. It's working out pretty well. It doesn't, it's a bit too big for any fine detail work, and I've got other brushes I can do for the blocking. So this guy is just it. He's found his niche. All right, so let's grab this, and we're going to grab some of this, and not too much. And we're going to go through, and we're just going to do our base color. Don't necessarily want to get a bunch of brown like on the skin, like the face and the exposed skin, but if it happens, it's not too big a deal. Mostly we want to kind of get up into the nooks and crannies. Now, technically, there's like official character art for these because they come from the Dark Souls video game. I could be looking that up and go with that, but I don't want to be too derivative. I'm kind of just gonna let this roll, figure out how I want it to look, decide what I want it to, what I think will look cool as we go, and make it mine. So not going to worry too much about what they should look like. Hello, Betty. How are you? Welcome. Thank you for joining. Slight change of plans from the normal Monday night programming. A couple players weren't available, so we decided instead of playing with only half the party available, we were going to go ahead and skip Strahd tonight. But in order to keep things moving, figured, might as well get on the camera and do a little bit of painting. At least be here to chat with folks for the evening. I'm sorry it isn't one of the more interesting people to do that, but you're stuck with me. You notice, yeah, it's slight difference. But thank you for popping in and saying hi. Appreciate it. How are you doing today? Monday, so start of the week. Hopefully it started off well for you. Where? That is kind of an awkward angle on the old crotch there. So sorry, Mr. Hollow, for getting kind of personal. There we go. Pretty fried already? Oh no. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully the frying will lighten up a bit by midweek. Any particular thing causing you grief? Okay, So we kind of block those out. That's good. And then we're going to go with... Now that I think about it, I probably should have done this a slightly different way. I probably should have gone with the colors on the, like, further in and then worked my way out. But it's too late. We're here. So we're just going to go ahead and we're going to keep working what we've got. And I'll fix it in post. You know, add that CGI and make all the special effects look good. Oh, that's going to be a really awkward angle on the haft of that axe, but that's okay. I think I can figure it out. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Not too bad, not too bad. And get the underside as well. Pays the bills. Yeah, exactly. You're in HR, so people... Yeah, people can be... Well, people can be people, which is a mixed bag. Get his little shoesies. Just because he's a horrible undead, or hollow, I guess, monster, doesn't mean he doesn't deserve shoes. So, make sure we paint those up as well. Alright, we've got at least the first layer for the brown down, so that's good. There isn't a bunch of paint left over to dry up and go to waste, so that's excellent. We're going to take a slight break from the brown, and we're going to move over to... what do we think for skin color? Like, the hollows are a little bit funky. Some of them are kind of beef jerky-esque. But I don't want to go too derivative. I think zombie flesh is a bit too green. So I think what I might do is I might rock the orc skin with maybe I'll mix a little bit of the zombie flesh in the orc skin. That might work. I mean, let's try it and find out. If we decide we don't like it on this one, for the other models we can always switch it up, right? We're not locked into anything here. My palette's getting a little bit messy. I should probably just clean this up before we started tonight, but we didn't, and now we're here, so we're just gonna roll on. So we got a little bit of the zombie flesh, and we're gonna do a little bit of the lich skin. Put those next to each other. I kind of like the general look of those two things. Let's see how it's going to look when we mix them up a bit. I'm going to grab a bit of that. I'm going to smear it there. I'm going to grab a bit of that. I'm going to smear it there. We're going to mix up. And that's not too bad. It's a little bit green, a little bit gray. You know what? I'm going to mix in a little bit of ruddy skin. Let's see what that does. Grab some of that. Grab some of that. Mix it in with that. Not too bad, but I think it needs a little bit less normal skin tone. I think it needs a little bit more green and gray on it. I want to make it kind of gross. Get right down to it. Alright, let's see how this does. Well, Betty, how was your weekend? Hopefully your weekend was good at least. Let's see how we feel about this. Oh, I should have gotten a little bit of water on there. There we go. what? I think this is actually a pretty good base color for the arm, or for the skin tone. We're gonna tweak it a little bit. We're gonna dry brush over it with some probably some of the lich skin or the zombie flesh, one of the two, to give it a slightly less alive look, I think. But for the base color, I think that'll be okay. Kind of gives it a normal looking skin tone to start off with, and then we can work from there. Make sure to get the fingers. So the axe handle is going to get a little bit of that on there, but we'll paint over that later. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to get the rest of it. Got a little bit of exposed skin on the back here. So this is what I was saying earlier. I should have started with the deeper parts. That's one of the things that people have mentioned to me as a tip. Is like, start with the deepest part in the mini, put your color on, and then work your way out. Because, you know, so like you can see here, I got a little bit of the skin tone on this like garment that I painted brown earlier. If I had started there, then that would get painted over when I go through and I do the base layer on the garment, and it wouldn't be a big deal. Now, as it is, I only did one layer on the garment, so I'm going to have to go through and do another layer anyways, so that'll kind of solve that problem for me, but it's still something I could have avoided if I had done it in the proper order, but oh well, it's all good. It's okay. There. I probably should have thinned that out a little bit more. Don't want to go too thick because then you lose a lot of the definition in the details. Especially with these guys, they've got that like really sinuous like muscle tone and everything like that. Okay, so we're gonna grab a bit more. That I think it looks to me like he's wearing a glove there on that hand. There's like a cuff up on his wrist. So I'm not going to paint that the skin tone color. I'm actually going to leave that, and I'm going to probably hit it with a lighter brown than the rest of the garment to differentiate the glove from everything else. We are going to hit his face, though. We're going to get his neck. And then I'll have to go through and I'll have to clean that up with the brown where I get on the cowl. Cowl? Collar. Alright, well that's good there for the face at least. Now we're going to go ahead and we're going to take a look at I got these calves that are exposed, so let's get those. I'm pretty excited for the next couple of weeks because on the 31st, my wife and I are going to go see Sarah Milligan, one of the British comedian. We're going to go see her in New York City. So that'll be a fun little date weekend. We'll get out for a couple of nights and grab some dinner, go to a nice comedy show. Looking forward to it. Tapping the light there because I'm not paying attention to where my brush is. Okay. Alright, so that's most of the blocking done. Is that actually... You know what? I think that's a bracer, I think is what that is. Which is mildly annoying because it's such a tiny little spot that I have to now work over. So I think I'm going to paint this. I am going to get the hand in the skin tone. Fingers, get the wrist, get the back of the hand, get the front of the fingers. I'm definitely gonna have to go back over that with some of the brown for the half of the axe, but that's okay. And I think That about covers that. Okay. So this little gray spot here on the wrist, I think is like some kind of a bracer or an armband. Now that I've like looked at it a little bit more, so I'm probably gonna hit that with like some copper or something along those lines, something a little bit more metallic, to make it seem like he's wearing something kind of not necessarily like armory, but something a little bit more, flashy. A little point of color in this otherwise very drab model that we're painting here. All right, so we're gonna let that sit and dry for a moment, and we're gonna go back through. We're gonna do another light coat of both those colors on everything. Clean that brush up, and then let's talk about the axe real quick. The head of the axe. Oh, you know what? Actually, let me. I just realized I missed a little spot right there at the top of the hand on the axe handle. So let's fix that up, shall we? Do I have any more of that skin tone left? Yes, perfect. That's exactly what I needed for the time being. I'll be mixing up some more in a moment, but for now, that's all that I really needed to worry about. Let's get this little weird elbow spot, and then let's see what else. Did I miss anywhere else that needs that first coat? Kind of an awkward angle here, but okay. That worked. All right. So, the axe head, again, I want it to be kind of a rusty color ultimately, but we've got to start off with something that looks vaguely metallic. This gray primer that I used is kind of in the direction we're going for, but it's a little bit too matte, so we got to do something with it. We got to hit it with something. I feel like the dungeon stone is a good starting point, but I'm going to try something a little bit risky. I'm going to grab some of this silver. I want to mix some of the dungeon stone and some of the silver together so that we can see if we can get a muted but still semi-metallic kind of tone to this. And then we'll dry brush some of the cobalt red over it to give it that rusty appearance. So a little bit of the dungeon stone first, not a ton because it's only the one axe head. Then we're going to grab a bit of the silver, and we're going to toss that right next to it. And then we're going to see what we can do about mixing those two things up. I think I'm going to like the way that's going to work. So let's find out. So with the BattleTech minis that I've been painting so far is kind of like some of my practice runs. I've been going primarily just like out of the bottle colors. A little bit of tweaking here and there, but nothing like no real experimentation as far as the colors go. So this is kind of an interesting little change for me. You know what? I'm going to use the larger brush here. Gotta water this down just a tiny bit. Pull some more paint over. A little bit more. I think it's too thin. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the way that turned out. I think that's a good color. It's got a little bit of a metallic sheen, but it's mostly gray. Not quite flat, not quite black, but you know, a little bit of a shine to it. let that dry. Do I want to hit the bracer with the same color? You know what? Let's do it. Because we're just gonna hit it with a little bit of that cobalt red at least after this. So that's gonna rust it up a bit. Make it look a little bit less shiny, a little bit less new. And of course, at the end, we'll be hitting it with a wash, probably a darker wash, to make things look extra grimy. And unlike with my mechs, which I'm trying to hit kind of lightly with the washes, I don't want them to look too grimy. With this guy and his buddies, we can really go heavy on the dirt effect. So, okay. So yeah, there's that. And then of course, we're also going to we're also probably going to hit the axe with a little bit of brighter red, like a couple maybe like splotches, just to make it look like there's a bit of blood smear or blood splatter on those guys. All right, so let's do a little bit more of that. We can do a little bit more of that skin tone that we grabbed earlier so that we can do another layer on the exposed fleshy bits. Exposed fleshy bits. Not a particularly appealing term, if we're honest. But in this case happens to be accurate, so. Those to add in there just for a little bit of extra effect. What that is, that's going to be too, well actually, I was going to say that's going to be too watery, but that might actually work out in a way. I like the color effect that generated. So let's stick with it and we'll see how it goes. You know, this is all experimentation. I haven't done any of these guys yet, so kind of figuring out what's going to work for these. All right, come here. And let's see how this is going to go. Yeah, actually that turned out not too bad from what I was going for, so not too far off. Whoops. I missed his armpit earlier, so there's a whole like splash of gray primer showing through. Alright, well, we caught it. We'll fix it now. Inconvenient, but not the end of the world. Alright, let's grab a little bit more of this. Hey, Mom Goes Rogue, redeeming the return of the beard. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And hello, how are you? How have you been? Go. Okay. As you can see, we're painting some minis tonight since some players couldn't join us for D&D. So instead, making use of the time, trying to be productive and still kind of just enjoy, kick back, relax, nothing stressful. Painting minis like Bob Ross. Just chilling and playing some games. Nice. What games you playing? Sorry, I tend to go quiet when I'm focused on little crevices and such. Trying to make sure I don't royally mess anything up, which isn't really possible because it's not like I'm doing anything professional or anything here, so it takes a lot of the pressure off. But I still want to try to make it at least look somewhat good. I say as I cover this guy's face in paint without any regard for anything. Okay, get the neck right through there. There we go. Cool. Take a little bit of the paint off the brush. Wipe a little bit of the paint off the face so it doesn't drown out any of his features. There we go. Okay. Playing Dead by Daylight right now, but might switch back to Valheim soon. Oh, nice. Okay. I know Dead by Daylight was one of your kind of like go-to games. I don't know if you... I think you took a little bit of a break from it, if I remember correctly, but I could be wrong about that. Don't know if you're back to it in general, or if you're just kind of like... Are you still streaming Dead by Daylight, or are you just playing it just to play it? This is going to get quite an awkward angle right here, but kind of necessary to get that thumb. Make sure that it's the right color. Yes, come to me, thumb. Okay, perfect. All right, now we're going to move on. We're going to get these shins, these calves, these lower legs. You know. And you need to stop skipping leg day, my dude. Like, you're big, but look at your legs. You got chicken calves. Not that I'm trying to body shame or anything. You know, far be it from me to criticize anybody's workout routine, but you know, look, it's just consider it a little bit of friendly criticism, my dude. Hopping into a match back in 20. Okay, not streaming right now, that's cool. Well, enjoy, good luck in the match. I will see you when you return. If you return, assuming you escape from the psycho killer that's after you. In Dead by Daylight, of course. Oof. I really smeared some of this skin tone across that garment that he's wearing. Good thing I'm going back over that again in a second with another layer, because that is some rough work right there. I could have done a lot better with that. All right. Uh-oh. Hold on. Did I miss another armpit in there? It's really difficult to get the angle on that just right, so... Alright. Okay. So, I think what we want to do next is we need to hit with another layer of the brown, but we're going to do that in a second. We're going to do the axe and the bracer first, because that paint is still wet. I don't want to have to pour any more if I don't have to. So let's snag some of that, and we will paint this first. And then we'll go back in, and we'll do the brown. Yeah, I'm actually quite happy. Sorry, cat hair. It's the danger with having 5 cats. I'm very happy with the way that kind of metal effect has turned out. Like I said, a little bit shiny, but not anything too garish, considering the fact that all these weapons are going to be rusted out and, not in particularly good shape. So perfect. It's going to lend itself really well to some of that rust color that we're going to hit it with. Oh shoot! Actually, you know what? I didn't want to use this brush for the bracer anyways because it's a little bit too broad, and the bracer is a little bit. Needs something a little bit more delicate. So let's do this. All right. Grab you. And we're going to do this. So I've been seeing some reviews come in for the D&D movie. Didn't realize that we were there already. I thought I still had another month or so before that was going to start becoming a thing. But generally speaking, people have said good things about it. I've seen a couple negative reviews. Well, not negative. I've seen a couple of reviews that had criticisms, which, I mean, that's fair. Every movie has something they could be doing better. But generally speaking, it seems like people are having fun with it, which is what they should be doing. It's a D&D movie. It's not fine art. It's not anything super serious. It should be something that people are just kind of going to watch to be geeky and be nerdy and a little bit of escapism. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Why am I feeling like I'm messing that up? Yeah, just being overly harsh, I guess. That actually looks like it's probably okay. Okay. So... Alright, that'll work. Now, let's take a look at this second layer of the brown color that we need to add on for the garments. This is just the base layer. Still, just doing a second layer on that, a second coat. So we need some of the darker brown, and we're just going to thin that up, and we're going to toss it right on there. Nothing complicated. Don't have to mix anything up. Just have to add a little bit of water. So, we're going to grab this guy, our mixing brush, and that's probably enough water there. So let's dry that out, draw it all over to the water, and we'll mix her up there. There we go. All right. Maybe you want to finish doing my painting that I need to do. Oh yeah, what kind of painting do you need to do? Minis or pictures or house painting or what are we talking here? You have minis you need to do? I mean, really, it should be you have minis that you want to do. You know, ideally. Obviously, like, there are some situations where you do, you know, have, like, an obligation to finish them, but hopefully that is less the case than having minis that you want to do. I only say this because I am not a diehard minis painter. I'm actually really was for a long time. I was very much against painting minis, painting my minis, like not against other people painting their stuff. Just I had very little motivation to do any of my own stuff. There's like these weird little like kind of tattered, ruined bits of cloth on the legs of some of these, on the backs of these guys' legs. So I gotta be careful to make sure I actually color those ends, otherwise they look like weird, ragged pieces of skin. Which, I mean, I guess not entirely inappropriate for what and who these guys are, but finished the house I've been working on the other day. Ooh, I'll have to take a look. Wait, when you say just finished the house, like an actual house that you were painting, or is this like a model house? Either way, it's impressive. I want to make sure that I understand what you're referring to. Have you been haven't talked to her? Yeah, it's true. It's been a long time. I've been doing pretty well. Had a couple pretty bad days in there, and sadly, I mean, you know how those things tend to be. You have a bad day, it tends to turn into a bad week. So you know, trying to manage that and keep it from spiraling into something worse. But in general, been doing pretty good. You know, just keeping at it, keeping moving as best I can. Which is not always, you know, not always capable of keeping moving in a great way, but that's gonna bug me. I just got stuff on the back of his head. That's okay. I'll go through with a smaller, narrower brush, and I'll redo some of the skin tone in those places where I've messed up. Not the end of the world. Mildly inconvenient, but you know, that's all good. A model house, death house with the instrument. Oh wow, you're actually like painting that. That's pretty awesome. I've run through that module myself a couple of times in a couple different capacities, so that's I'm sure it'll be really cool to see it. I'd like to see a physical representation of it kind of come to life. That'll be, or I guess since it's in Barovia and it's the death house, maybe it's come to unlife is more appropriate or more accurate. Let's see. Next, I'm trying to be the children. Yep. I want to say the Martikovs, but that's not right. The Martikovs are a different family in Barovia. They are the... Oh, good lord, I should know this. I can't remember the name of the family, but I know which children you're talking about. Ooh, I gotta get the shoes. The shoes, man, the shoes. Gotta get a second layer on those bad boys. Honestly, one of the great things about painting these guys, if I get a little brown paint where it's not supposed to, like on the skin or whatever, I can just say that it's like, you know, it's mud or dirt or whatever. Because these guys are pretty grungy and grubby. They don't need to be super pristine clean. So it kind of works out well. Onyx Path, rating with a party of 9. Oh, wow. Hello. Welcome to all the raiders. Onyx Path and everybody else. Hopefully nobody was expecting full-on Curse of Strahd goodness tonight. Normally we would have that, but a couple people weren't available. So instead, I'm just kind of sitting here painting some stuff and chatting about life in general and nerdy things and etc., etc. So welcome, welcome. Feel free to join. Always happy to talk to new people and hear what folks are working on, what they've been doing. We try to be pretty chill in the painting streams. Nice and relaxed, you know? No stress. I don't think I was distracted long enough that I missed everybody who came in for the raid, but maybe I did. Either way, if you're here, regardless of how you got here, thanks very much for joining. I think I'm going to need a little bit, just a touch more brown paint, which is unfortunate because I'm not very good at getting just a little bit of paint out of the jar. I end up always pouring more than I intend. No, actually. Hey, managed to make that work. There was just a tiny bit of extra brown paint in there that I was able to snag. So, that worked out pretty well, Can't argue. Drink. That is probably a good call, thank you. Appreciate that. Always good to hydrate. An important consideration. Alright, so he's looking... You know what? Hold on. Let me change the light quality here. You might be able to see a little bit better that way. He's looking okay. Like, this is just base layers and everything like that. But we're getting there. We're getting there. We got the skin tone down and all the exposed skin. We got the brown down for like the basic garments and everything like that. So it's getting there. Our hollow soldier, or hollow brute? Giant hollow? I forget what these are called, actually. But he's looking more and more like a real boy as time goes on. So, you know, we'll keep at it. Alright, so, next thing I want to do is I want to hit it with a wash. And we're going to go with kind of a... you know what? I think I'm going to hit it with a... Ooh, should I hit it with a flesh wash? I'm going to hit it with a flesh tone wash first. Just to kind of see what that does to it. And then from there, we'll do a bit of dry brushing to get some highlight colors in there, and then we will take it from there. So we're going to hit it a little bit heavy. You know what? I probably need more than that. I'm going to hit a little bit heavier with the wash than I typically like to do with my mechs, because I like my mechs to look nice and clean. Not like super clean, but kind of clean. All right, here we go. Going to be pretty, not aggressive necessarily, but we're going to be pretty liberal, pretty generous with this. Get in there. Get in there. Okay, good. Don't want it to pool up too much just yet because we're still going to be adding layers. This is just to get a little bit of definition in some of those little crevices, and then we'll play on top of that as we go. How is everybody this evening? It's Monday, so you know, Monday can be a good day, bad day, kind of depending, just like any other day of the week, I guess. But you know, Monday's got a reputation. So hit me with it. Let me know how you're doing. You know, always happy to commiserate if anybody has any bad news or had a rough day. Here to offer support. Sometimes that's what you need. It's just someone to say, "Oh, that sucks," you know, but it'll get better. So I can be that person. All right, a little stressed because the kiddo is exposed to scarlet. Oh no, scarlet fever. That's not great. I mean, are you letting your kid hang out in like Victorian England or something? What's going on? That scarlet fever was sort of not eradicated, but I thought it was relatively uncommon. But maybe I'm wrong. Not having any kiddos, it's not the kind of thing that I really keep too close an eye on. Pretty rare nowadays. Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, I'm really sorry that the kiddo was exposed. Hopefully it is all good. No didn't actually contract anything. I know sometimes it takes a little bit of time before you can tell specifically, but obviously wishing the best for that. I think, is that, alright, yeah, I'm going to call it good on the wash now. I'm just going to let it dry, and then we'll take it from there. But that's a pretty good start so far. Alright, whoops, I should have taken that out and cleaned that off earlier. So you're running Strahd then, or are you playing in a Strahd game there, Mom? You made it sound like you were running it. Okay, cool. Very cool. Strahd's an interesting module. There's stuff to talk about there, you know, problematic elements. But generally speaking, it's a pretty cool module. You know what I think I'm going to do with that bracer is I think I'm probably going to dry brush it with just a tiny little bit of bronze, just to kind of like... just to dirty it up, but keep kind of a little bit of a metallic element to it. I think that's what I'm going to try with the bracer. I'm not going to do that with the axe. The axe I'm going to go pretty much exclusively kind of a rusted look, but we'll see how it goes. But otherwise, that flesh wash actually is making him look pretty good. Oop. Hold on a second. See if I can fix this so you can actually see it a little bit better. It's gonna be your first time DMing and you're going for Curse of Strahd. That's an ambitious approach. I respect that. Is that? Oh, you know what? That actually works pretty well right there. So yeah, he's already coming along nicely. All or nothing. Like I said, a lot of respect for that. That's the way to do it. Just jump in feet first. Head first? Feet first? Meh, something first. Alright, let's clean that out a bit. Still got to have that dry a little bit more before I keep working with it. I'm assuming you're running for a group of people that you know pretty well. They're not strangers. Alright, so let's do this. The big hollow doesn't fit on my little pedestal base here, so that leaves the base free. I'm going to go ahead and snag this hollow soldier dude. As you can see, he's a lot smaller, and we're going to start tossing some color on him for your current table. Oh, okay, cool. That's probably a good thing. You probably want to a module like this. You probably want to run for people that you know. Let's see. Alright, I'm going to do a couple of things here. So first off, I want to grab some of this dungeon stone. This guy's gear is going to be a little bit less pristine. So I'm going to hit it with a nice kind of dull gray to start off with for a couple of things. Like the shield, the sword, the breastplate. That's going to be my base layer. And then I'm going to dry brush some brown and some of the cobalt red over it. I really want the gear on this guy to look a lot more rusted than it does on the big dude. I should have gotten a little bit of water in there to thin this out. Let's pull in a little bit more paint to make it a little less thin. Kind of got to go back and forth. I'm not very good at mixing paints or watering them down just yet. It's still kind of a work in progress for me. That's okay. We're just going to do kind of a thin coat all the way over there. Make sure you get the rim of the shield, otherwise it looks weird if it's just in primer gray. Boop, boop. And a little swoop around there. Let's see. And your current tables, they're all fairly experienced D&D players, right? Okay, got a little bit more gray going here with the chainmail kind of coming back through the shoulder. We're going to hit the breastplate and the chainmail skirt. Going to get a little gray on that little mantle thing he's wearing, but that's okay. I realize his sleeve is actually not chainmail. His sleeve looks like it's a smoother texture, so that's probably going to be like a leather sleeve. So we'll avoid this sleeve for the future one. And this guy's he's got this skirt thing here that's attached to his hauberk. That's probably also not chainmail. There are definitely going to be some brown leather elements to it, but we'll hit it with the gray, and then we can just paint over it with the brown, and that'll make things a little bit easier in the long run. So we're going to do that. We're going to hit the breastplate here with the gray. Nice dull kind of muted gray color just to give it a slightly metallic look. And then we're going to hit it pretty heavy with that kind of rust effect that we're going for. So let's get up there in that little crevice. Yeah, that's not chainmail on the sleeves. I think that's like a gambeson. So kind of get up there in the. All right, there we go. And are those armored legs? I don't think they are. Okay. DM is very experienced. One other person has a bit of prior experience, but the rest of us don't have extensive experience. Pretty casual table with the exception of our DM. Okay, well that's fair. That should be more or less okay. You know, they're not gonna. Hopefully, they won't be like super hardcore about stuff, being as they're kind of casual players. And I'm sure your DM will just be excited to not be playing for a bit, so they'll take it easy on you. Hopefully. If they don't, tell them to come talk to me. Let's see. Okay. So we got the helmet in the gray, we've got the shield in the gray, we've got the breastplate and the skirt from the hauberk in the gray. The last thing we're going to hit with this gray is going to be the blade of the sword. Make sure we get both sides to keep it even. Get the edge to keep that even. And nice, there we go. All right, so we're gonna thin that out. We're gonna let that dry for a second, and then we'll be coming back here in just a second for another coat. But let's take a look at our big hollow, giant hollow. What are they called? I cannot remember. Hollow brutes, something like that. They've got a slightly different name to the other ones. Let's see. Can I get a little bit of that out of there? Yeah, it's a little bit too thick on the wash in the neck. I've heard of washing behind your ears, but this is ridiculous. Sorry, that was. You know what? It is what it is. I'm just gonna roll with it. Okay, so that is. That's actually pretty good, I think, for the base colors on this dude. Actually comes through a little bit better with that wash on there. So let's see what we're gonna do for the next bit. I think what we probably want to focus on is we want to focus on getting that rib cage, because that's kind of the deepest part of the mini, and that's going to be the one that's the most pain. So we're going to use this brush. What do we want to go over this with? Do we want to go over it with the lich skin? It's a little bit more gray. Or do we want to go over it with the zombie flesh, which is a little bit more green? Or, hold on a second. Come back here. Stop. Don't knock stuff over. Do we want to go with something that's a little bit more non-traditional? I don't want to hit it with the ruddy skin. I feel like that's too healthy looking. There's a fair skin, but I think it's too pale. I think I want to go with the OTO brown. I think that's going to be the best. So let's give this a try. Let's put it a bit there. Then we're going to get some water, and we're going to thin that out. So, are you bringing them in at first level or third level? I know that there's some debate as to whether or not Death House should be run at first or second, like first, second, or third level for people. So, you know, everybody's got their own opinions on that. All right, come here. Come hither. Draw some paint up. We want to make sure that there's not too much because we're doing a dry brush, which is funny because it's kind of on the wet side, but that's okay. And then we're just going to start kind of going over. Go over that rib cage. That's a little bit. It's a little bit wetter than I wanted, but that's okay. Can always fix that if I need to. Just hit it with another color. So Third level due to player backstories. Okay, cool. If I'm honest, especially for like newer players, I feel like going into Curse of Strahd with a slightly higher level party is probably better anyways. A lot of people are like, oh no, go for first level, go for the full Strahd experience. It's like, like, look, if that's what people have signed on for, fine, maybe. But generally speaking, I feel like that's a little over the top. It's a weird module. Like, I haven't played through the whole thing. I've never run the thing, but I did read it at one point when it first came out with the intention of running it. And there were a lot of things I was like, oh man, if I run this, I've got to change that. I've got to change that because it's brutal. Not that I think that brutal is bad, but it depends on the group you're running for. So, you know, if someone's like, oh wow, I really want to play Curse of Strahd, this seems like it'll be really cool, I want to see what the whole thing has to offer, you don't necessarily want to like butcher them. It's like, you know, people invest time and money and effort into their characters and, you know, into the campaign. And the module is just not set up well for like new players just trying to find their way in the D&D world. In my opinion. Experienced players, that's something else entirely. Go for it. Rock out. But welcome to anybody who's just joined in the last few minutes. My name's Ben, and I am painting... They're not technically undead. They're hollows from the Dark Souls board games, but they're close enough. They're the closest thing I have to undead, let me put it that way. And if I were running a Strahd game, a Ravenloft game, I would absolutely be happy to use these as stand-ins for undead. Zombies and the like. The Walking Dead. I was trying to find anything in the Dark Souls games that would look sufficiently vampire-ish, but it sadly did not have anything that fit the bill, so these guys were the ones that came out. Not that they mind. They're cool with it. Yeah, that's a little bit too... Yeah, I think I'm gonna hit that with like probably the zombie flesh over it a little bit later. It's a little bit too bright, a little bit too clean. But that's okay. You know, we're learning. Experimenting as we go, figuring out what the right vibe is, what the right color scheme is. Anybody got anything exciting coming up over the course of the next week? Anything interesting? For me, it's kind of same old, same old. Nothing really groundbreaking. But I actually don't mind that terribly. Like, it's always nice when something interesting happens, but I don't want things to constantly be happening. It's difficult to keep up with. It gets stressful. Nothing exciting, just the daily grind. Yeah, I get that. Well, hopefully that's a good thing. From the perspective of, hopefully that means there's nothing going on that's like so far out of the norm that it's causing stress. Whoop. Here, you come over here. You can hang out. You can hang out back there while you wait your turn. I'm going to bring you a little bit more to the foreground. All right, let's. Are you going to go see the D&D movie, Mom? I know some people are really keen on it, others less so. I'm just curious what your take is. Now the Cavs. Mixed feelings about the movie, so I'm not sure. Okay, well, now you're going to have to walk me through that. I'm curious. Curious what you mean. If you don't mind, that is. I mean, obviously, if you're not in the mood to share, you do not have to share, but... I am cautiously excited for it. You know? I feel like it's difficult to capture the feeling of D&D without that being present. Don't think that they will be able to pull that off well if they even tried. Yeah, that's fair. I mean... For me, like, D&D is so different for each person. Like, what good D&D is, what proper D&D is, changes up depending on who you ask. So it can be difficult to say one way or the other, like, whether something truly captures the feel of it. I feel like for some people, you know, probably will hit the right notes. For other people, it might not. You know. But that's true of any D&D campaign as well. Like, for some people, a campaign will be great. For other people, a campaign may be less great. You know, that's actually not too bad. I like the color. I like the way that kind of turned out. I'm still going to dry brush some of the zombie flesh over it, I think. Something just a little bit more definitively green. Because it's kind of pale as it is. But, alright, let's see. Like, I've seen a lot of people say, like, oh, well, you know, the only way I'll really like it, or the only way I think it'll really work is if, you know, at the end of the movie, it cuts to the people, like, you know, the players, like, getting up from the table and leaving or whatever. And I kind of get the point of that, but at the same time, I don't necessarily know that I agree with that sentiment fully. Like, I don't know. I mean, all movies are subjective. I think this one's going to be particularly subjective, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Okay, so I want... You know, I think I'm going to grab Orc Skin as one of the colors I'm going to dry brush over the garments, because I want there to be kind of an ashy, kind of grimy look to it. but I also want a slightly lighter brown to kind of bring out some of the highlights. So I'm going to grab both of those. I'm going to start with the brown, I think, and then I'm going to hit it with the gray. Actually, should I do with the, so the gray? Well, first off, I need to grab a different brush. So let me do that. Because I feel like this is going to require a slightly different brush to apply properly. So let's do that. Toss that over there. Hike my cuffs up. Yeah, that's going to be a good one. Okay. I think we're going to do... I think we're going to do the lighter brown first. Let's see how this turns out. Experimentation, ho! So let's grab just a little bit of that. I'm going to be super careful with this. We don't want to go too heavy. I'm actually thinking I should have done the gray first. Now that I've started with the lighter brown. I'm second guessing my decision, but it's fine. We're here. We forge ever onward. Let's see. Switch to playing Sims. My sim just died of laughter. Oh no. I mean, I have that effect on people, so I guess it's not too surprising. I am sorry that it happened, though. I'll try to tone it down a little. It's... Man, I think the last Sims game I played was literally SimCity. I don't think I've played any of the more recent Sims games. Ah, that's too much. Too much paint, too much paint. Abort, abort. Well, I will say, it's difficult to tell at the moment, but I'm happy with the overall, like, effect that this has added. Like, it's not super strong or noticeable, but it has given just a little bit more definition to, like, the cowl and everything like that. So I think that's going to work out really well for it. Now to hit the butt. Add a little bit of that highlight here. Mom, I just realized you probably have not seen me with my glasses before. This is a relatively new development. But I could be wrong. Let me know if I'm wrong. Or actually, no. I might have been wearing this at. I might have been wearing them at Dragon Thrones. I don't remember. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Mikey, I think he likes it. Wearing what? The glasses. I don't remember if you... I don't remember if I was wearing them when we talked last. Or when you last saw me on stream. Normally don't wear them if I'm not painting or reading. That is too much of that paint. I need to tone that down a little. A little bit more detail on the pant legs there. A little bit more highlight. I was not wearing them. Okay, well, then they will definitely be kind of new. I'm not sure how I feel about them. They're necessary, but I'm not sure if I like them. Okay, so now that we've done that, let's see. Beard and glasses comes very attractive. Well, thank you. Still not used to the glasses. It's been a couple months, but I don't wear them very frequently, so it's still like... jarring isn't the right word. It's still just a little bit weird. Alright, let's get some of this zombie flesh on the skin tone. Just to see how that works. It may look good, it may look terrible. We will make that determination as we go. Is this the right? Yeah, that's the one I want. Hit that. You know what? I'm actually going to drink some water real quick before I get into the next step. I'll just let you know, the beard may not be long for this world. I was just thinking earlier today that I might need to get rid of it. I never really hang on to it for terribly long, so you know, it's my beards know they're always living on borrowed time. That is too much of that. Specifically, I need to get a haircut, and I tend to get a haircut and shave my beard at the same time, like in the same grooming evolution, I guess is the term I'll use for that, even though that sounds terribly kind of robotic. I'm not sure I'm happy with the skin tone in general. Not specifically because of the zombie flesh, I think just because of the general colors that I grabbed. It's a little bit too kind of like pale green for me. But I don't know what color I would prefer it to be, so maybe it's fine. Maybe I'm just being overly wishy-washy. Which is definitely a possibility with me. So, you know, we'll rock it. We'll see how we feel about it at the end. May decide we like it. We may decide we don't. Luckily, none of this is set in stone. I can always strip the paint and start again if I decide I need to. Why? Don't shave it. Do I look that bad without the beard? I might, actually. Got one of those weird faces when I shave the beard. I look very different. And, not always for the better. It's funny because the beard kind of ages me a bit, so I look younger when I don't have the beard, but also when I don't have the beard, my face looks... It doesn't hide the fat if I don't have a beard to hide it, so, you know, the fat shines through a little bit more, which is probably not great when you're getting right down to it, but, you know, sometimes you just gotta let your face breathe, you know what I'm saying? I do not like that skin tone. Okay, well, it is what it is. At least for this guy. We can figure it out. We can adjust it as we go. But for now, that'll be as it is. Sucker for older men. It's not that you don't look good without it, it's just that the beard looks... Okay, well, I appreciate that. Thank you. That's very kind of you to say. Well, that's right. Your husband is a little bit older than you, isn't he? He's like, I don't remember, a couple years at least. Pardon me one moment while I wipe my nose. It's a little bit of green I do not need to be adding to my minis. 8 years, okay. Yeah, it's actually not too far off from the gap between my wife and I. My wife is 9 years my senior. You know, actually, this is not as bad as it could be. Alright, give me liberty or give me death. Okay, give me the cobalt. Is this what I want to rock next? Is this... I need to add this to the axe. But I also need to go through and I need to get the axe handle touched up because some of this skin tone green has kind of gotten on the axe handle and I'm not a fan of that, so we'll deal with that later. Let's start off adding a little bit of ye old blood. That's dry. Okay. Actually, sorry, this is more of a rust that we're adding here than it is blood. So we're gonna grab that. And this one's going to be kind of a weird one. We're going to use this brush here because I want to dab at this with a brush that's kind of like splayed out rather than too condensed. So I want to basically like do that. Maybe I'll grab a little bit more of it. There we go. And then I want to dab that out. And then I want to kind of dab. Cool. I think I want a little bit less on the brush this time around, so let's... I feel like that looks not bad for first layer of the rust. But then I want to grab something slightly lighter, but still kind of similar. What I want to do. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay. You know, I am not by any means a skilled painter, but every once in a while I get lucky and I manage to really land on something that looks good. So I'm going to do one more of this kind of like cobalt red dab. I'm going to start it on the back so that it eats up a little bit more of that paint. And then that should add kind of a speckled look with a little bit of depth to the rust. Yeah, I'm happy with that. That could have gone a lot worse. Okay. Next thing I want to do is I want to add a bit of the old claret, some blood, some. A little bit of vitae to the blade, just to the edge, just to kind of make it look a little bit more menacing. Ah, don't go anywhere. Stop it. Let's grab a tiny bit of water and thin this just a tiny bit. Maybe a tiny bit less. And we're going to do just a so that's kind of what we want, but actually I want to draw some of that off of there. I don't want it to be quite so vibrant. I want it to be a little bit more subtle than that. So let's. I want that to kind of. And probably doesn't show up great on the color, like light here. Well, anyways, I think it works. I think it looks reasonable at the very least. And you know what the funny thing is? I've got 3 more of these exact models that I have to paint. So I have to figure out if I'm going to paint them exactly the same or if I'm going to do them slightly different, but that's fine. In the meantime, I'm happy with the way this guy is shaping up at the very least. For the most part. Obviously, a couple little things that could be better, but... oh, you know what I want to do? Give me this one. Give me some of this here black. This is something I'm probably going to end up messing up, because I always mess up the eyes. I always mess up these little tiny pinpoint things. Ooh, you know what? My wife recommended that I use toothpicks for this stuff, which probably would have made sense, but... it's too late now, here we are. So, we forge ever onward. That didn't hit him in the eye at all. That hit him in the nose. What the heck? Alright, well, as predicted, I did not do a great job with that. So, we're going to lean into it. Alright, well, here, I'm going to try this real quick. See if we can't salvage just a tiny bit of that with a bit of aggressive cleanup. Stupid cat hairs. Like a parent cleaning up their kid's face. Look at you. You've got stuff everywhere. How do you do this to yourself? You just go like face plant directly into the dirt before you come home? Is that what this is? No, stop struggling. I'm going to clean you up whether you like it or not. Make you look presentable. Alright, that'll work. Close enough. Alright, yeah. I'll allow it. And by I'll allow it, what I really mean is I probably won't be able to do any better. So we're just going to leave it as is and we're going to move on. But that's okay. Nothing wrong with admitting defeat. Maybe on one of the next copies of that model, I'll do a slightly better job with the eyes. I'll get those toothpicks my wife recommended. That'll probably help. Okay. So, we did... Even better. Nice. Sorry, I got distracted slightly by the blade of the axe there. Probably shouldn't let that happen too much. I also need to turn this bad boy inside out. You can see I've used this paper towel extensively at this point for paints, so, you know, it's starting to look a little bit raggedy, but that's okay. Now we're going to get some of this dwarven stone gray. No, sorry, this is orc skin actually. That's probably good. That's what we want. Want something nice and light. And we're gonna have to be super careful with this so that we don't go too heavy, because it'd be very easy to overdo it with this on this dry brush layer. So we're gonna just kind of drop a little bit of paint in there, just a tiny bit. We're going to do some light. Sorry, I got kind of quiet there because I was just checking to make sure that this was going to work the way I wanted to before I committed. And I cannot multitask, so... mean, I think you can see a bit of the definition there and I'm pretty happy with that. It's a little bit on the light side, but I think that's okay. I didn't want to go too dark on the gray here because I feel like that would be leaning into the darker, like brown too much. So I'm kind of trying to progressively go lighter as I add layers so that each layer is a little lighter. It'll cling to slightly different spots. It'll highlight it slightly better in some areas than others. I'll add some depth, basically. At least in theory, that's what I've been told. So I'm trusting in the painting gurus who have come before me. Gotta make sure we highlight the crotch there, buddy. You know, don't want you to feel inadequate or anything, so I'm gonna do that. Those of you who might have just joined in, welcome, welcome. Thank you very much for popping in. My name is Ben. I'm painting some Dark Souls Hollow minis, but they're the closest thing I have to Undead, so we're just calling them Undead. It's easier that way. Kind of just doing a little bit of a dry brush highlight layer on some of the ratty, gross clothes that these guys wear. So, you know, these guys are not exactly the most important minis in the game, in the Dark Souls board game, to be painting up and making them look pretty, but you know, sometimes the extras need to get a little bit more attention. Sometimes, you know, you need to just celebrate the supporting characters. So that's what we're going for here. Alright, I said that I wanted to do a little dry brush of bronze on this bracer, so we're gonna try that, and we're gonna see if I mess it up. So it might work, it might not, but heck with it. Let's do something a little different, you know? Alright, so. Just dropped my brushes. Give me 1 second. There we go. Alright. Easy retrieval. Successful rescue operation. Alright. Where is my bronze? Is that bronze or is that gold? That's bronze. Okay. A little bit of a shaky shake. And we're just going to... Just a teeny tiny drop. We don't need a lot of this. Boop. All right. Especially got to be careful with that because that is one of the primary colors for my BattleTech, one of my BattleTech factions, and I've got a lot of those minis, so I can't use too much of it. Otherwise, I will run out before I finish what I'm doing. All right. So let's do that. And we're going to do just a little bit of not exactly a tappy tap. We're doing a little swipey swipe with the bronze here. As anybody who has been watching me can tell you, I use nothing but the most technical of painting terms. Tappy tap, swipey swipe, a dupe of paint, things of that nature. That is too much of that bronze paint. See if we can't draw some of that away so it's not quite so vibrant. how's everybody doing tonight? I say tonight. I fully recognize that people might be tuning in from all over the place. It might be morning where you are. It might be a completely different day. So, either way, thanks very much for tuning in and joining. Always nice to see folks. You know what? That actually worked out not... I keep assuming you guys can see it when I do that, and you kind of can't. Not the best angle. You know what? My paints are starting to encroach. Back. Back! Okay. You know, the bracer turned out okay. It's a little bit brighter now as a result, so it pops out a little bit more, and I'm happy about that. But it's not, like, too bright. It's not too metallic. So I think that's kind of what I was going for. Alright, so the next thing I really need to do is I really need to fix up the haft of this axe, because it is messy. It is not looking pretty. Let's get a little bit more of this owlbear brown, because that's the base layer that we put on there. And then I'm going to grab you by the face, and then we're going to do just a little tiny bit of this. We're going to do fairly light application here, because we don't want to go crazy. One of the things I try to avoid doing is like, oh, well, I need to put a little bit of green on here to touch this up. Oh, well, now doing that, I got a little bit of green on this part that's supposed to be brown. So I need to add a little bit of brown to that part to touch that up. And oh, well, now I got a little bit of brown on the part that's supposed to be green. Like, that's kind of this never-ending back and forth that I try to avoid, because it's going to bug me if I mess it up. Like, actually, no, I did okay there. I thought I got a bunch of brown on the green hand, but I did not. Alright, so let's do just a little bit of brown there. I'm not going to try to get into like the spot in the palm of the hand, because that is just going to be, that's a level of detail that I will not succeed at. However, up here I kind of need to, because it's really visible. Come on. I need you to cooperate just a little bit more. A little bit less problematic, if you don't mind. Okay, close enough. Let's see. Is that successful? Kind of, sort of? Yes, actually. Yeah, actually, we did pretty well there. We're going to do a little bit of... Oh, wait, no, that's supposed to be gray. Don't mess up something that you did right already. Let's try not to work backwards. All right, and then we're going to... We're going to get really quiet while we focus on that tiny little spot that we were trying to fix. And there we go. Done. Okay. I think we might be done with this guy. Well, I say we're done with him. That's not entirely true. I'm going to hit him with a dark shadow wash, because I really want to, like... I want all those crevices and like nooks and crannies to kind of fill in with a dark but very watered down layer, so that it kind of adds a bit more definition and everything like that. I think it'll add a little bit of menace to him as well. Like, it'll make him look a little bit dirtier, a little bit grungier. But I'm pretty happy with things so far, because so obviously we've got the brown in the garments, and then we've got a slightly lighter brown to kind of pop out some of the detail, and then we've got some of the gray to kind of give it a little bit of an ashy kind of like faded and worn look to it. Anybody who's familiar with Dark Souls, I mean, a big theme, especially in the third game, is, you know, fire and ash. So that kind of gives it that, just a little hint of that. I think that'll work out really well. So, all right, you hang out there, and then I'm going to grab Not that one. That's the one I want. Come here. Got a little bit of this shadow wash that we're going to hit it with. So, my palette needs a cleaning. It is in. It's pretty dirty, but that'll have to come later. Between now and the next time I do this. All right. So, I'm going to grab you. You're going to be our washing brush. You're going to go relatively heavy on this, and it's okay. Don't be shy. I know I'm always a little bit hesitant about this because I'm always worried it's going to ruin it, but I don't think it will in this case. We want it to be dirty. We want it to be shadowed. We want it to be all kinds of grimy looking. Hello to everybody who's just joined. I'm Ben, doing a little bit of painting here. Just about finished up with this first Undead / Hollow Soldier from the Dark Souls board game. So, if you're just joining, you're kind of right in time to see a finished work. Welcome. Thank you for tuning in. Always nice to have people come in and chat, hang out and watch, whatever the case may be, whatever you're comfortable with. Always enjoy making new friends. Feel free to let me know how your day is going. Or just hang out, lurk, idle, you know. It's all good. No pressure, no obligation here. No mistakes, happy accidents. No mistakes, just happy accidents, I should say. Kind of trying to Bob Ross it up in here. At least vibe-wise. I'm not going to Bob Ross it quality-wise, but, you know, hey. It's all good. Not here claiming to be great. Just here trying to have some fun. Do not drop the mini while it is wet, please. Thank you. Just hit some wash on the axe blade. Make sure you get the arm. I don't know if I got that yet. Get the leg. Sweep the leg. Sweep the leg. Let's do there. And get back here on the back of the leg. And get back here on the front of the leg. Might be going over a couple spots again, but I mean, that's just the nature of it. Get the haft of the axe, get up here. Alright, I think this guy's looking a little bit Voldemort-y when you get right down to it. Kind of missing a nose. He's kind of got the weird green face. But, you know, that's just because Voldemort was a derivative as a villain. Okay. Stop applying stuff. Just put the mini down. Oh, actually, hold on. Before I put the mini down, I'm going to clean up a couple spots where it's pooled in weird ways. And then we're going to put the mini down. Okay. Alright. So, we're going to let that dry. We're going to hit it with a varnish afterwards. Well, actually, we're going to let it dry. We're going to check it to make sure it's where we want it to be. Might be a couple little tweaks, little touch-ups that we want to do. But otherwise, I mean, if I'm being honest, there's not much else that needs to happen with these guys. They're pretty basic. I need to paint the base. I don't do anything fancy with the bases for my minis. I'm just gonna hit it with black. So it's kind of a flat, basic black color. But that'll at least make it look a little bit cleaner. There's a cat hair that is currently affixed to the foot of the mini. Because my cats, they love me, and they can't bear to leave me alone. They gotta send me with little presents. Alright. I'm gonna name you Tim. Tim, you're gonna hang out over there while I work on the next one. So, the next one is this dude here. He is a hollow soldier. We already hit him with a single thin layer of the gray on some of the armor bits so that we can come back in and we can do that again, basically, so that we can make him a little bit more... Where is the gray that I was using for that? It was... looks like it dried up. Okay. Dungeon stone is what we were using. So we're gonna do that. And you know, I said I was gonna do this differently last time when I did the big guy, and here I am not doing it differently. I was going to start at the lower part of the model and work my way up, but I have not done that. I've started out and I'm working my way in, which is kind of the opposite of what I should be doing, if we're completely honest. But c'est la vie. You know, not going to hurt anybody. Might make my life a little bit more difficult, but when did that ever hurt anyone, right? Make sure we get the rim of the shield here. Okay. Go through, gotta get the helmet up here. Yeah, I know I'm going to regret that later, but that's okay. Right. What's life without a few regrets, you know? Nothing to get worked up over, you know what I mean? Grand scheme of things, it's just a little bit of paint. I was chatting with some people on another stream recently, and they were saying that they like to tune in because it's very chill, very zen. It helps them go to sleep. And I was like, oh, thank you. And within a couple of days, I was like, wait a second. It's like, is that a compliment? I think it is. But it could very easily have not been. It could very easily have been a veiled, like, you put me to sleep because you are boring type of thing. But I'm going to choose to take it as if they meant it as a compliment. Alright, so there we go. That is those couple of layers. Next, we're going to... let's see. Ooh, wow, that was a weird weird twinge in my arm. I think I was holding it in an awkward position. Alright, so I think what we need to do is we need to hit some brown on the cowl, like the hood here on the back, on the upper arms for the sleeves, and on the upper legs for the pants, and as well as the shoes. I think the shin and the calf here, I think those are gonna, on both legs, are gonna be kind of a flesh tone, as well as the lower arm, the hand here. I guess technically the hand and the lower arm on the inside of the shield, and then of course el face, which is Spanish for the face, according to my sources at the very least. So yeah, we're going to be hitting those up next, which is going to be mildly inconvenient. I think we're going to start with the brown for the garments. I think that makes the most sense. Let's take a quick look at Tim over here, our big galoot. He actually looks, if I'm honest, he actually looks pretty darn good, all things considered. Like I said, these guys don't have a ton of detail to them that's gonna really stand out, which is one of the reasons I tried to make the axe blade nice and rusty, so that has a cool visual element, and that's why I gave the bracer a little bit of that metallic kind of bronzy finish to it, so that it's at least somewhat of a visually interesting piece. But otherwise, we went the dark brown, and then we hit it with a couple lighter dry brush coats to kind of pop out some of the details before we got the wash on there. And I think it's popped out pretty well. I'm actually happy with that. So kind of comparing it to this guy, he was the first one I did from the Dark Souls game, and he's got varnish on him, so he's a little bit glossier. But otherwise, basically I hit him with some basic colors and then a wash and then the varnish. And you can see that there's some weird pooling in some of the places on the helmet and in the crevice between the neck and the shoulder. Looks good. I'm not unhappy with it, but it could definitely have been a little bit more nuanced. And I think the shading with the new guy kind of accomplishes that. It's a little bit more faded and dirty and kind of ragged looking. So I'm happy there. And I think that's basically what I'm going to do with this one as well. I'm going to hit it with the dark brown to start with. I'm going to thin it out, so I'm going to do a couple thin layers of the dark brown. I'm going to let that dry. I'm going to hit the flesh tone, the arms and the skin and all that. And I will... what I might do with that one is I might do this. I might try a slightly different skin tone with this guy. I might do the ruddy skin as the base layer, and then I might dry brush some of the zombie flesh over top of that, rather than trying to mix a weird color to begin with. I wonder if that will actually give me closer to what I'm looking for, which is kind of a healthy skin tone with the weird kind of hollow, dark sign, kind of decay vibe to it. So I'll try that, and then what I'll probably do is I'll probably do the ruddy skin to start, hit it with a little bit of the lich skin, and then hit a little bit of the zombie flesh after that. I'm going to try that and see how that works for the skin tone. But before we get into that, let's do... It's this guy. Let's do our... Actually, that's not the brush I want to use to start with. I want to use this guy to thin out the brown. Sorry, I tend to hum just random crap while I'm doing this, so... I think my brain was kind of going for something vaguely Jurassic Park theme there. One of my favorite movies of all time. Went and saw that with my grandpa when I was a kid. It's like one of the very few movies that my grandpa took me to. And I was a huge dinosaur nerd. Like when I was a kid, I loved the whole idea of dinosaurs and archaeology and all that stuff. And so yeah, when that movie came out, I was all for it. I don't even know how old I was. I was probably like 10. When did that movie come out? I was born in 82, so if I was 10, it would have come out in 92. I don't know if that's accurate, but it sounds about right. Ish. Either way, very fond memories of the movie, both as a movie and as a bonding experience with my grandpa. Gotta be careful not to get too much onto the armor, because then I'm going to have to repaint that, and that'll just be a hassle. Although there is a belt that I have to paint, which will probably be some measure of brown, so that'll be a pain, but I'll make it work. By myself. By myself anymore. So, I might have gone too thin with this brown, but that's okay. Just means we do another layer if we have to. Not the end of the world. And I actually don't even have to worry too much about getting brown on the armor, because it's going to go, I'm going to end up finishing it with kind of a rusty look anyways, so if a little bit of brown gets on there, that'll actually just kind of blend in with everything else that's going to happen. So, sort of a foolproof plan, in a way. I say that, I will absolutely manage to find a way to make my life more difficult, but that's future Ben's problem. Today, Ben, right now, Ben, not too fussed about it. Alright, let's get the front of this guy, and then, I gotta do the bit of the sleeve underneath the shield too. Cannot forget that. Get there, come on. I think I might have had just enough of this brown that I poured out to finish off this first layer, which is good, but cutting it a little bit closer than I would like. Oh yeah, this is the sleeve that I accidentally painted gray because I thought it was part of the chainmail, but looking closer at it, it's actually got kind of a diamond pattern on it, which indicates quilted cloth, so like a gambeson, which makes sense considering the fact that he's wearing like a breastplate and a chainmail hauberk. He would he would definitely be wearing a gambus underneath that. So, glad I looked twice before I committed to that. All right. Good. Excellent. Let's thin that out, and while that's drying, we're going to move on. We're going to hit the ruddy skin on this guy. We're going to give him a little bit of flesh. The old flesh. Who doesn't like a bit of flesh? Alright. This is going to be just the base layer. We're gonna tweak the color on that as we go to make it a little bit less. Oh wait, I should thin this out. I always forget to thin it out. Why do I keep doing that? That's probably about as much water as I want to get. Actually, that's probably more water than I wanted to. Yeah, that's definitely more water than I wanted to get. Oh well. We forge ahead, we make it work. What's the worst that can happen? Alright. Keep the brushes clean as we go so they don't get gross and more difficult to clean later. Oh, you know what I haven't done? I haven't done the hilt on this sword. That's gonna be aggravating when I get around to it, but that's okay. For right now, we'll just call it good. Get this little bit of the arm right there. This little bit of the arm right there. Gotta get the fingers. Heads, nose, fingers, toes, I think is what the saying is. Okay. And oh, you know what? I gotta get the arm underneath the shield too. This sneaky little arm keeps trying to get away from me. In this particular case, it is okay if I get the shield, the skin tone, because I'm going to be... It's a lot easier to fix than getting the shield gray on the arm. So we'll just kind of let that slide, and we'll come back to it later. It's actually probably a little bit heavier on that bit of the arm that I wanted to go, so I'm going to draw away a little bit of that coat so that it doesn't get too heavy. And we're going to do the same thing here, just a little shoop. There we go. Okay. Hello to everybody who has joined recently. Thank you very much for tuning in and checking things out. My name is Ben. Just doing a little bit of painting. Normally we do a Curse of Strahd stream tonight, but half the party wasn't available. So rather than play missing half the party, we decided to skip the Strahd session tonight, and I figured I'd do a little bit of painting just so that people can still find us, still chat. Hang out, all that stuff. You know what I did not do? I did not paint this guy's shoes. So they are missing that base layer of brown, which is going to be a little bit awkward. But not the end of the world. I can go in and I can touch that up pretty quick. Just shoes, after all. How important are shoes? Shoes are everybody's least favorite accessory. They're just an afterthought. It's the last thing you put on, so. Hello, Alisai. Yes, chill paint stream. Exactly. Something nice and relaxed. Nothing stressful. Nice and low key. hang out, chat, or just watch as you prefer. You know, nothing high stress. This guy's got a weird face. He can looking like Skeletor up in here. Which, I mean, I guess that does make sense. He's a hollow one from Dark Souls, so they do kind of have like gaunt, sunken in faces. If I was super ambitious, I would try to paint his teeth to be like kind of a bone white, but that is probably not going to happen. All right, let's take some of this paint from this layer away because it's hitting kind of heavy. I'm not a fan. He does really kind of look like Skeletor. Oh, speaking of Skeletor, if anybody has not seen the god-awful, but paradoxically absolutely amazing Masters of the Universe movie with Dolph Lundgren from the late 80s, early 90s, I think it's late 80s, definitely check that out. That is a fantastic piece of cinema. Please note, when I say fantastic, I do mean that it is cheesy 80s cartoon movie, like live-action adaptation, sci-fi at its best. Dolph Lundgren is as Dolph Lundgren as he can get in it. He is... Not trying to be rude here. Dolph Lundgren is not the best actor, but he's still fun to watch in that. By good, I mean bad. Yeah, exactly. Hi, Storytime Sarah. How are you tonight? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Always good to see you. And by good, I mean bad. Sorry, what I meant to say was, and yes, by good, I mean bad. Added an extra by in there. You know what? That is not the way for me to be doing this. I need to put that other layer of brown on there, but it's... And by bad, you mean amazing. Exactly. See? Storytime Sarah gets it. Masters of the Universe is incredible, don't you call it bad? Exactly. The lady who plays Evil Lynn actually is awesome. And I remember... back in the day, everybody being like, man, I don't know how they made her eyes look so like unearthed, like eerie and kind of like supernatural and all that stuff. And they didn't do anything to her eyes. Those are just her eyes. I've never forgotten them. It's one of those things. It was one of those formative things as a kid where you're just like, well, I've decided that is apparently like part of my standard of beauty going forward, which is, you know, good and bad because obviously they stand out a lot, but it's also really difficult to find people with eyes like that. So, you know, it's interesting. Although I will be honest, my wife has beautiful eyes, so I think in that regard, at the very least, I succeeded. Is that paint too heavy? No, I think that's okay. Am I so out of touch? No, it's the children who were wrong. Sorry, Simpsons reference for the win. Haven't seen it, but as a little kid, I was obsessed with She-Ra. Yeah. The whole He-Man She-Ra thing was a big deal when I was a kid. I was very happy that they kind of revived She-Ra more recently and kind of made it work. People seem to really like it. I haven't seen it, but I've heard pretty much nothing but good things about it. I always thought it was funny when I was a kid, though, because that was one of those, like, I say fandom. Fandom's probably not the right word because that's not really what they were called back then. But who cares? That's kind of the term we used for it now. That was one of those fandoms that I, as a kid, like that I knew. I was into it, and so I hear people being like, I don't know why She-Ra and He-Man don't get together. It's like, because they're cousins, dude. They're related, fairly closely related at that. Like, it would just be weird. Had a whole argument with a buddy of mine. This was obviously well before the interwebs and Google made it easy to solve those kinds of arguments. But had an ongoing debate with my buddy at the time as to whether or not they were related. He insisted that they weren't. I'm just going to say that I was right. Spoiler alert. Painting and talking about 80s cartoons. This is quality content here. Welcome, everybody. Pull up a chair. Let's talk nerdy stuff. The other 80s cartoon that I was really into as a kid was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I wasn't as much into G.I. Joe or Transformers. Don't get me wrong, Transformers is cool and all, but at the time, giant robots didn't really appeal. But, mutated teenage ninjas, that apparently was my jam. Go figure. Yep, same. I was always mad because whenever I played Ninja Turtles with the boys, it made me be April. April was lame. I wouldn't say April was lame. April O'Neil is a cool character. She's strong in her own way, but I get that. Like, she wasn't one of the Ninja Turtles. I was actually kind of annoyed when they kind of did the new Ninja Turtles animated movie, like back in 20, not the terrible, like, I think it was Michael Bay directed, like, CGI fests, but there was an animated one, and they made April a ninja in that one, and I was like, I'm not a fan of this interpretation. I liked it when she was a cool, like, reporter, investigator. She was the one who could get information and stuff like that and find out that there were problems in the first place and kind of relay that to the turtles. Not that I don't think women can fight. Like, obviously they can. I mean, there are all kinds of cool, martial artist characters out there that are female. I don't know. I felt like it was unnecessary to suddenly make her a ninja. It was like lame. Yeah, true. I'm working on a little project where I'm running a superhero game for a channel on YouTube, and for this superhero game, I am coming up with, like, kind of unique villains and stuff like that. It's like its own unique universe, and I was sitting there like, okay, I've got this idea for a villain. He's based on another, like, well-known villain from the Marvel comics. Not like based on, but he's very similar to, because this is one of my favorite villains from Marvel comics. And I was like, how do I make him different? Like, how do I distinguish him a little bit? Kind of thought about it. It's like, evil Casey Jones. Yeah, that's the pitch, and everything kind of fell into place from there. So I'm very happy with that. He's like, don't drop the wet paint mini. Jeez. Because, as a big Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fan, I love Casey Jones. So I was like, if I can kind of tweak the concept and make him evil, I think that's a fun thing to play around with as a GM. So it'll be fun to explore that a little bit more and eventually reveal some of that. Let's see. Gotta go to bed. Hope you have a great night. Thanks very much, Mom. You have a great night as well. Thank you very much for tuning in and joining and chatting and just kind of hanging out. It's always nice. And we should definitely catch up again soon, if possible. Alright, so let's see. Let's get back to the skin tone. This is second layer on the skin, on the actual exposed skin. So the hands, that I flubbed that. Oh well. I have to go back over that the hilt on that sword. That's going to be. I knew that was going to be kind of a troublesome little spot, so I'm not surprised. I'll figure it out. This is, I don't know. Well, it's fine. This is just the base layer. We're gonna dry brush over this kind of standard skin tone with something a little bit more appropriate for like an undead / hollow. Make him look a little bit more. Make him look a little bit more intimidating, a little bit more interesting. But yes, Sarah, I definitely recommend checking out the Masters of the Universe movie. It's funny, I don't think I've watched it in at least 2 or 3 years. I'm still pretty sure that I could quote most of the lines from it. Even if I can't quote them like in sequence, any line from the movie that gets started, I could probably finish pretty accurately. I watched it so many times as a kid. It was one of the two movies, that and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, that I watched so many times that my older sister went a little bit insane. And I'm going to be completely honest, I still think she got off lucky, because my little sister, the movie she watched so many times that I went a little bit insane, was Cats, as in the musical Cats. There are a bunch of movies she watched over and over and over again. And, fine. She's a kid. They were kids' movies. I don't have any particular, grudge against her because of it. But I swear to God, if I hear a musical number from Cats at any point in time, I think I just disassociate. I think I just go into my happy mental place and I forget everything that's happening, because that movie was the bane of my existence. I could not stand it. And that's not trying to bash on musicals or anything like that. But as someone who is not into musicals, being subjected to the Cats soundtrack sort of forcibly she must have listened to it at least weekly for a year straight. And as someone who is not into musicals, that was a special kind of torture. That's torture. We can bash Cats, and I've done musicals. Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Like, oof, it is. It is a whole. It's a special kind of rough. Um, and like I said, I'm not a musical guy. Like I don't understand the appeal of Phantom of the Opera, or Rent, or you know, really any of them. Although I will say, uh, I have come to love White Christmas, the with Bing Crosby. It's one of my wife's favorites. Since I married her, we watch it every Christmas, and I actually legitimately do enjoy it. It's really good. There's some really good witty repartee in that. And I have always loved My Fair Lady. I don't know why. The Looking back on it, the story and the themes of it are uber problematic, but for whatever reason, it's near and dear to my heart. I love it. Okay, so we're going to hit this with a wash, and then we're going to. I don't think I want to hit this with a flesh wash because there's too much metallic. Like, oh wait, actually, before we do that, I gotta hit this with some gray on the back of the shield. But yeah, I just don't. I don't really understand the appeal of musicals as a general rule. It's not to say that musicals are bad; they're just not for me. But that just made Cats so much worse. And I will say, like, as, again, someone who isn't really into musicals, for whatever reason, I didn't have a problem with Disney movies growing up. Like, Disney movies were basically just animated musicals, let's be honest. But, I was cool with those. They were fine. Not my favorite or anything. Like, they were okay. Although, Aladdin is an absolute classic. It's got some great songs in it. But I much prefer the non-musical Disney movies whenever possible, like Rescuers Down Under, fantastic. Oh, and of course the greatest Disney movie ever made, The Great Mouse Detective, which is actually a musical. They sing a couple of songs in that, but it is not primarily a musical compared to some of them. But yeah, Great Mouse Detective, amazing movie. Also, oddly enough, I really loved the Muppet movies, like Muppet Christmas Carol, Muppet Treasure Island, like some of my favorite movies as a kid. Um, Muppet Treasure Island in particular. Oh, that was the old elbow on the desk. Ouch. Muppet Treasure Island in particular is just phenomenal. Don't think it gets any better than that. Tim Curry, man, what a legend. Also was in the movie Legend. Oh man, that still smarts. Ow. Okay, well, that's okay. It is what it is. So we're gonna put a wash on this guy, so we can bring out some of that lovely, lovely detail. Then after that, we're gonna hit it with a dry brush of all the different colors, in order to kind of add a little bit of depth. And you know what? We're gonna go a little bit heavy on this, but not too heavy. I don't want to go crazy. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of there, a little bit of. What about you, Alice and Sarah? What are your favorite musicals? Since you're both former theater nerds, or well, I guess once a theater nerd, always a theater nerd. You just might not be actively involved in theater now, right? It's my understanding of how that dynamic works. I should not be wearing this shirt while I'm painting. It's such a light-colored shirt that it'd be so easy to ruin it with an errant bit of paint. It's not like a nice shirt, but it's nice enough that I would rather not stain it. So, oh well. Just means you have to be more careful, right? It's like challenge painting. I want to do something with the face here. Oh, sorry, quit. There we go. Let's see. Hair when I was way too young to see it, like 12, loved it. Favorite was Sweeney Todd. We had beer in the pipes on stage. That's funny. I've never seen Sweeney Todd, so I know the general concept, like demon barber of Seville. He's trying to get like revenge against someone or something like that. So he's like, he brings people into this barber shop and with the idea of like giving them barbering services, and instead he delivers barbarism. I think he like slits throats and dumps bodies down chutes or something like that. That's about all I know. I know Johnny Depp played him in a screen adaptation, or a screen adaptation. Okay, cool. I think that is that for the wash layer. Cook them into pies. Oh, okay, cool. So do they eat them, or do they give them to other people to eat? Presumably they don't just waste perfectly good pie, and I say perfectly good pie with a heavy dose of sarcasm, considering the ingredients. Pardon me a moment while they sell them. Oh, okay. That's like fun. That sounds like fun. Capitalism. Yeah, exactly. Pardon me. Okay, while that is drying, you know what? Actually, I'm pretty happy with this. I could be a little bit happier, maybe. Maybe that bracer needs a little bit of a punch up to be a little bit brighter. No, we're gonna leave it. I'm not gonna mess with it. Generally speaking, I'm pleased with the way that turned out. So, what I need to do here is I need to actually get the base painted up. So I've got a big blob of black here that was just sitting here drying out. And I know everybody says like I should thin the paints and yada yada, but this is just for the base. It doesn't have to be fancy. It just has to be not primer gray. So I'm just gonna slap some black paint over it, and we'll call it good. And then this is gonna get taken into the other room and sprayed down with the clear coat varnish, and this mini will be done. I'm both happy that I finished this, but also a little bit distraught that it took me as long as it did, because the Dark Souls board game has a bunch of minis in it. It's got just so many. I think there are 3 of these big guys alone. So if it's going to take me this long for all of them, it's going to take me forever to finish painting these things. But hey, you know what? So what, right? It's just more opportunities to be kind of zen. I'll probably start doing some of them not on stream, though, so that people have to sit there and watch me paint the same things over and over again. Sorry, I'm being quiet for just a second while I finish up this base. Trying to make sure that I do not royally screw anything up right here in the home stretch. You might be thinking, well, what could you possibly do to screw it up that badly right at the end there? But trust me, I'm sure I could figure out a way. I do not want to do that, so. Okay. And just a little bit on this underside rim. I don't know why, but it just feels like I need to. Come on. I know there's more black paint in there. Don't hold out on me. Alright, so I need to... Aha, see? I told you I could mess it up. I got a blob of black right on this guy's knee. Arg. That's annoying. Let's see. So, what are these guys' deals? Who are they? As people? Names, family, what's their motivation? Mostly just kidding. So, these guys are from the Dark Souls board game, which is, of course, based on the Dark Souls video games. And these guys are hollows. Basically, they are people who have been cursed by the dark sign and become undead. So, they can't really truly die. They might die, but then they come back at like a bonfire, basically. Or they just come back in general. But they have devolved into kind of a mindless, basically zombie-like state. They're not technically like rotting corpses, but they basically might as well be. And the reason that people go hollow is because they lose their purpose, or they lose their drive, their motivation, they basically lose themselves as they go hollow. And the really terrible thing about going hollow, yay Dark Souls, the really terrible thing about going hollow is that it can happen because you hit a hurdle, you hit an obstacle that prevents you from accomplishing like whatever it is you're trying to do. You are denied from achieving your goals and fulfilling whatever it is your destiny is or whatever. But you also go hollow once you have achieved your goals, because there's nothing else for you to work towards. So you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. So these guys are basically all mook enemies in the Dark Souls video game that have been cursed with this curse of undeath with the dark sign, and have lost their purpose. Maybe they didn't have much purpose in life to begin with. Maybe they did. It doesn't. Either way, they've lost it. The curse has completely overtaken them. So they're no longer really human. They're kind of just husks that are going about like a certain sort of prescribed course of actions. Like the Heartless or the Hollows. Yes, exactly. Played all those games. Never finished them. That crap's hard. Board game though, interesting. Okay, yeah. Okay, I didn't realize you played the Dark Souls games. Yeah. So then you kind of know. But yeah, that's who these guys are. So this is Tim here, Upside Down Tim. He is one of the. I forget. I literally cannot remember what they're called. They're like large hollows or giant hollows or hollow brutes or something like that. But they're big hollows. This guy is just a regular hollow soldier. I haven't named him yet. Maybe Bruce. We'll go with Bruce. Why not? So there's Tim and there's Bruce, and then I've got a hollow archer over here, or a crossbowman, I guess more accurately, that I haven't started on just yet. So we'll get back to him later. All right, so Bruce here has gotten his wash, so he is. All the colors are a little bit muted, which is kind of what we're going for. We've got a little bit of definition in some of the shadows, like some of the details, like on the shield. You can see the etching on the shield a little bit better, which is all fantastic. But we need to take it a little bit further. So that's what we're going to do next. I think, first things first, let's mess around with the... Let's mess around with the skin tone. Not orc skin. Where's the lich flesh that I was going to use? Is that it? Yeah, there it is. So for Tim, I basically went ahead and I mixed up a couple colors to give me the skin tone that we're working with here. This kind of like muddy green color. It's not bad. I'm happy with it, but I want to try something slightly different. So with Bruce, what I did is I went with just the straight, like one of the straight skin tones colors that came in the paint set. And this one's a little bit of a darker skin tone. And then, so I did a couple layers. I did the wash, add a little bit of depth. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit it with a couple of less natural colors. So I'm going to hit it with this kind of like grayish color called lich skin. So it should kind of look a little bit like necrotic flesh. I'm going to do a dry brush of that over, and then from there, what I'm going to do is, once that dries, I'm going to hit it with the zombie flesh, which is a really kind of dull, muted green. And what I'm hoping will result from this effect is something that is a little bit kind of unsettling, unpleasant, but not totally outright like kind of green rotted flesh the way this looks. I want it to be something that's kind of like a more subtle effect, basically. So we'll see what we can do here. Trying to hit the... No, that's a little bit too heavy on the lich skin. So I'm hitting these with a dry wash of those colors so that it just kind of brushes along the top surfaces of all the exposed skin, just so that it pops out a little bit. And it'll kind of layer that kind of like gray, that kind of pallid gray of the lich skin, and then it'll layer on top of that some of the kind of pallid green of the zombie flesh to hopefully give it a decidedly not alive, but also not like rotting dead look to it. It may not work. It may end up looking just kind of bleh, but I mean we'll find out. It's why it's an experiment. May have been a little bit heavier with the lich skin than I wanted to be, but that's okay. So one of the fun things about doing this whole painting thing is because I'm new at it, I can kind of just go with it, you know. If it works, great. If it doesn't, I'm new. You can't really blame me. Plus, I mean, they're my minis, so if I screw them up, I'm not hurting anybody but me. Well, maybe my wife. She has to play with them too because, you know, shared assets and whatnot. But yeah, otherwise, I think for the most part, it's turning out okay. I think I accidentally scraped off some of the skin tone on this guy's face. Like his teeth look like they're a little bit grayer than I intended. But, eh. It is what it is. Okay. So are you dry? Yes? Yes. Mostly dry. Dry enough. So I can move you out of the way so you're not inconveniencing me. I'm not using those colors. I'm going to set you on top of those colors, and you can just hang out over there. Okay. Let's see. What do I want to do? What else do I want to do for this guy? So I think what I want to do... well, first off, I need to dry brush some like brown and some cobalt red on the armor because I want that to be nice and kind of rusted looking. I also need to paint. There is a sword belt hanging on this guy's hips that is super like narrow, fine detail, which is really annoying. But I mean, it is what it is. I'm gonna have to hit that up. I'm gonna have to do something with it. So the main part of the armor I'm gonna do in brown and then the cobalt red to kind of give it that rust look, similar to our buddy Tim here, similar to his axe. I'm not going to go quite as heavy on the armor as I did on the axe blade. I want it to be a little bit more subtle than that, but I'm going to do that first, and then I'm going to paint over the belt with the brown so that it basically I'll paint over any like rust speckles. One of those like forward bristle brushes. Yeah. I mean, I technically have one. I'm just not steady-handed enough to really make use of it properly. So I'm gonna pretend. I'm gonna do my best with it, and you know, it's fine. So yeah. Now for the shield, I want the central design on the shield to come out a little bit more bronze. So I'm gonna actually hit it with a bronze color. I'm gonna dry brush over that, like kind of just in the center, to see if I can't get those etchings. Not etchings, the engravings on the shield to pop out a little bit in a more bronze color. But I am also going to hit that with some like rust speckling across it. So I'm going to do the bronze, then I'm going to hit like really light rust speckling across the shield just to kind of give it a little bit of detail. I want to hit the helmet up with some of the rust effect, and then I want to hit the sword blade up with the rust effect as well. So that's the ultimate goal. But before we do that, let's hit the zombie flesh. Hit the zombie flesh is not a euphemism, by the way, just in case anybody might be going that direction. Let's grab some of that paint. Let's then brush some of that paint out, because that is the paradox of painting, is you want a little bit of paint, but not much paint, in order to get a lot of paint. I do not like that. That is not panning out the way I wanted it to. Quick. Abort. Abort. Nope, that is not the brush I need. Yeah, you're the one I need. Yeah, I don't think I like this effect as much as I wanted to on the skin tone. So I think I'll go back to how I did it with Tim for the future models. I just don't think it's quite panning out the way I had hoped. But, you know, sometimes you gotta try new things. It maybe could have worked and it would have been amazing, right? You never know until you try. Like, it doesn't look terrible, but it's, I don't know, it's not quite what I was going for. Although I wonder if maybe I should have done the green first and then the gray. Or, oh, you know what? I guess you could make the argument for doing the green and the gray and then kind of dry brushing over that with the ruddy skin tone to kind of give it a, like, sort of a, deteriorating from the inside, like from deeper down. So, I mean, you could make that argument. I still don't think it would look quite as good as the way I did it with Tim, but, you know, it's fine. Oof, I'm going to have to take a slight break to blow my nose here in a minute. Sorry, folks. Sorry for sniffling. Yeah, I am not happy with that. That is not what I was going for. No, that's... Alright, let's grab a little bit of the ruddy skin. Just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. This might be one of those dab and dapple jobs. Like, let's get a little bit, dab most of it out, and then do a little, like, boop, 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 boop. Let's see, is this what I was going for? Not really, but it's also not terrible as a result. It'll be fine. Signing off. Good luck and Godspeed. Thank you very much, Sarah. I appreciate you tuning in, hanging out and chatting for a bit. Have a great night, and I will talk to you soon. Oh, I should probably be getting to bed here soon. Oh, my phone died. Probably a good indication that I should be getting to bed here soon. don't mind if the hand under the shield looks like crap, because it's hidden by the shield, so makes my life infinitely easier when it comes to little errors and issues and inconsistencies. But let's finish this up before we go, shall we? Don't have too much left to do. So, all right. Let's tackle. Oops. First off, let's clean all of our brushes. Don't want to leave anything sitting around getting gross. Although I might have already. It might be too late for this little guy. We'll find out. No, he's okay. All right, salvaged. Fantastic. Okay. Let's do the copper on the shield. This will be interesting. Why? How are you stuck in there? That doesn't make any sense. That was one of my hairs. I can't even blame that one on the cats. All right, let's grab some of this. Very, very careful with this one. We want to be pretty light about it. You know what? Actually, let's grab a little smaller brush. Let's grab this guy. We're going to dab some off, dab some off. Let's add a little bit more in there. And then just really light brush strokes. Sorry for being a little bit quiet while I do this. The really detailed stuff, like really fine motor control stuff, I always get quiet while I'm doing it. So. One more application. I think that turned out more or less okay. I feel like that design comes through really strikingly with that bit of bronze like touch to it. So let's do this. We're going to go through, we're going to do a really light kind of brush on the rest of the shield in that bronze color, just to kind of give it a little bit of that same sparkle kind of pop to it. And then once we're done with that, then we'll start hitting it with the rust effect, because I feel like that I think that actually looks pretty darn good. I'm happy with that. So, next thing we're going to do with this little bad boy now we're going to start working on that rust effect for the shield, for the armor, for the helmet, for the sword. That's our next big project. So, for the rust effect, I think I used the dark brown, but I'm not going to do that this time. I'm going to use the cobalt red, and I'm going to use the minotaur hide. I think those are the colors I want to rock for this. So I'm going to start with the minotaur hide. This is a little bit lighter color. And then we're going to hit it with that dark red, that dark cobalt red afterwards to ideally, hopefully, what we want to do is kind of give it an oxidized look. So we're going to dab a lot of that stuff off, and we're going to kind of do a little. Okay, that's the wrong brush for this. No. You know what? You live, you learn. You live, you learn, you clean the brush off, you grab a different one. There we go. That's, I think, the one that we want. I think that's the right brush. I just think I don't have enough paint in there to really get the effect. There we go. That's a little bit better. We're going to, while we're here with this color, we're going to basically hit up the other things that need to be rusted up a bit. Kind of two birds, one stone type of situation. Kind of awkward to do this on the narrow blade of a sword, but I think it's just the price of doing business, as they say. We're going to go through and we're going to hit up this guy with the same effect. Okay, so this is just the first layer in the rust effect. After this, I'm going to hit it with that red color, that kind of cobalt red. I did not brush that off. That is darker than I wanted it to be, so I'm going to have to see if I can't. think I kind of salvaged that. I'm sure it'll be okay. Oh, pardon me a sec. Man, I don't know why my nose is suddenly running every 20 minutes or so. Sorry about that. That's never great entertainment, but, you know, a runny nose is a runny nose. Can't really do much about it. So, here we go. I'm going to clean that off. Then we're going to do the cobalt red. We're going to toss this, where do we want this to go? You know what, that can go right there. And hopefully this is what will really kind of like... Pardon me a second. Man, that's really aggravating. Okay. So hopefully this is what will kind of give it that really oxidized look. Add a little bit of the rust to the rust. The light brown kind of gives it a dirt look, you know? So that's good. We need that. But it's not the end-all be-all of the effect we're going for. So let's... maybe a little bit heavier on that. Sorry, I went super quiet here while I'm working on this. Just trying to get the effect that I'm looking for, so I'm focused a bit. It's not quite what I wanted, but it is not bad. What I probably wanted to do is I probably wanted to thin that paint out just a touch. Make it a little bit less severe. But that's okay. Now I know for the future. All right, let's do that a little bit for the shield though. I think that actually looks pretty good on the shield. I think that added a bit of a rust effect there, so I'm happy with that. I think thinning that paint just a touch makes a big difference when you're kind of doing that dab effect that I was going for. Oh, you know what? I need to hit a little bit of that on the sword. Not a ton, just a little. Just a little bit. Just to give it a little bit extra variation in the color there. Yeah, there we go. I think that'll look a little bit more rusty. Actually, I think once I hit this with a wash, I think that'll make a big difference. But we have not done dry brushing on one piece, and that is super important. We haven't done any dry brushing on the mantle and the pants and the sleeves. So we're going to do that. I think this time around, we're just going to hit it with a tiny bit of the orc skin. We're not necessarily going to go with the lighter brown first. And we're going to go with the light skin because it's a slightly brighter gray. So I think that'll help differentiate some of the details in the clothing from some of the other stuff. Because right now he's looking all kind of a little bit monotone. So let's address that a little bit, shall we? For those of you who may be asking like why I'm doing the dry brush on this with a gray rather than another brown, it's because I want to give it that kind of like dusty, ashy kind of look that, you know, I kind of feel would gather and, you know, sort of really stand out on garments, on clothing. So that's the idea. It worked pretty well with the last one, so with the other minis. So I think it'll work okay with this one. He says with a confidence that is absolutely misplaced. Now that I'm doing this, I'm wondering if I should have gone with a little bit of that lighter brown first. You know what? Actually, no. I might hit with the lighter brown after this, though. That is too much of that. Damn it. Oops. Paints down, paints down. Why? Oh, the humanity. Little Dark Souls joke in there for anybody who might have caught it. Oh, you can actually kind of see the quilting, like the diamond quilting pattern in the gambeson sleeves. when it's washed like that. That's kind of cool. Wasn't expecting that detail to come out quite so well there. But I guess that's the benefit of dry brushing. Helps with that. Okay, come on, quit falling over. Night's not over yet. Almost. You guys are almost off the clock. Just chill for just another couple minutes. Alright, let's grab you. Maybe just a little bit more. Right there. Don't get a lot. Alright, so at this point what I'm doing is I'm just hitting those areas I dry brushed with the gray with a slightly lighter brown. I'm going to do really light brush strokes here just to kind of add a little bit of contrast so it stands out slightly from the gray armor. Not going to stand out a ton, but stand out slightly. I feel like this is fairly accurate to the Dark Souls color palette, the Dark Souls vibe. Because, let's be honest, Dark Souls is primarily shades of gray and brown. That's coming from someone who loves the games, by the way. It's not necessarily a criticism, it's just a truism. Sure that I'm as happy with Bruce as I was with Tim. But that's okay. These things happen sometimes. Can't always predict. Can't always anticipate. You can learn, you know what I mean? Really, that's the key thing. As long as you're learning, you're winning. Not as happy with this one for sure, but it's okay. Alright, well, we are not going to continue fussing. Instead, what we are going to do is we're going to hit it with a wash. And I think, in this case, I think I'm going to hit it with a brown wash rather than a dark wash, because I think brown will highlight some of the colors that I'm going for. Well, that might actually be too much. Well, hell with it. What's the worst that can happen, right? It makes the guy look even dirtier and more like a dead person. He's a hollow. He's supposed to look dirty and like a dead person. That's kind of their gig. So, decision made, arbitrarily I might add, with absolutely nothing to base this decision on. Other than, that's what I decided. So let's roll with it, shall we? We're just gonna slap it on there. Get some on his face. Get some up underneath his chin, around his neck, inside the hood, around the cowl. Just gonna get everything. Everything is gonna get a wash. The blade of the sword, the hilt of the sword, which I actually did not put the level of detail in that I actually probably should have. But I mean, it's just a hollow long sword. It's not going to be all that important, right? It's a random sword that anybody can buy. Should get up here through the cuirass. I did not paint the belt. Well, that's awkward. Oh well. Oh well. Get some wash across the front of the shield, up on the arm, underneath the arm, on this side of the cuirass. He didn't really need a belt anyways, let's be honest. What have belts ever done for anybody? If they keep your pants on? Pfft. Pants are just a tool of the man, of the system. Pants are the embodiment of oppression. Alright, so now that we've done that, what I want to do is I want to grab another brush that's clean, and I want to go through and I want to kind of diffuse some of this wash. It's not quite so thick in so many places. This is going to be one exceptionally dirty hollow. Like this guy died in a charnel pit or a mud pit or, you know, something like that. He got the raw end of the Curse of Undeath deal, where he just constantly respawns in a pool of filth. Alright, well, let's... So, I mean, doing a little side-by-side comparison, and I realize that the quality of the camera on these is not as good as it could be. I really hate that. I'm sorry. A little side-by-side comparison. Obviously, Bruce here, his wash isn't quite dry yet, so can't be too harsh on him. In fact, let's... I'm actually going to try and spread some of this around a little bit more before we do the comparison, because I think that is unfair to poor Bruce. I don't think it's going to matter much. I think that's kind of it. That's where we're at. All right, so let's clean this up, and then I think we're going to be calling it a night for these guys. Take off the old glasses. I am pretty happy with Tim. Tim turned out pretty good. I think the detail, I think the shadowing, the wash, everything went reasonably well. I like the rust effect on the axe in particular. I think that really came through on the axe head because it was such a broad surface that it was able to kind of shine. Shine meaning it was able to rust over really well, but shine in that it got the effect that I was going for. I feel like the shield for Bruce did okay with the rust effect. I feel like it still has a little bit of the bronze tint to it on the raised elements. They still come through just a bit, especially along the edge of the rim of the shield. So I'm happy with the way those are shining through the rusting effect. The armor, actually, after hitting it with that brown wash, the red here does look a bit more red. It does look a little bit more like rust-like. So that actually panned out pretty well, better than I expected it to, if I'm honest. However, on the helmet, that didn't come through quite as well. That just looks brown, and it looks very similar to the brown on the cowl. And the brown on the cowl looks unfortunately similar to the way that the flesh tone on the arm turned out, which is distressingly similar to the brown on the hilt of the sword and the rust effect on the blade of the sword. So that kind of just is like almost like one color that kind of like just goes all the way through. It doesn't differentiate very well, is what I'm trying to say there. And that's even worse down here on the legs. Like you can see here the brown for the pant leg is very similar to the end result of the flesh tone on the calf. And so that is even more kind of like uniform color, and so I'm not thrilled with the way this turned out, if I'm completely honest. What I probably should have done for the rust effect is added just a little bit of a brighter red in there, just a couple little like dabs, just to kind of make that stand out more. Pardon me. And then I think on the pants, well, I don't know what I should have done on those. I should have made them a different color than the legs. That's the long and the short of it. So, not thrilled with this one, but it's okay. It's the first one of these I did, and so as a result, it's sort of an opportunity to experiment and kind of learn what's going to work well for these. Quantemi, thank you very much for following. I appreciate that. Hello, by the way. How are you? Sort of wrapping up a little bit here, but not entirely. Like, I'm going to stick around for a couple of minutes to chat. So, yeah. So, Bruce here, kind of disappointing. Tim, the standout of tonight's little endeavor. Pretty happy with everything that came about, even though you can't quite see. Like, I really like the kind of ashy, faded, ragged look on the mantle and the pants. I like the green skin tone. It stands out against the brown of the outfit a little bit better. And the rust effect on the axe head I'm very proud of that. Actually, I feel like that panned out really well. And it kind of helped inform the rust effect on Bruce's shield here. It's not quite as vibrant on the shield, but that's okay because... I still struggle with the way to properly... There we go. The way to properly orient stuff while I'm doing this. So the shield is a little bit less rust effect. It's got a little bit more like kind of brightness to it, That's good because I want those copper or those bronze elements to pop out a little bit more. So that worked out well. And I feel like the armor is okay. You know what I might do is I might see if I can't. Nope, that's dry. Okay, well, I guess I'll have to get a little bit. Is this just going to ruin it? This might just ruin it. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should just leave it. Is there any copper left? Copper might work. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to steal a little bit of copper. And we're just doing a little tiny bit of the copper here to add to the rust effect on the armor, because I want to see if that will give it just a tiny bit of like that metallic sheen that will help differentiate it from some of the other stuff around it. This may pan out, this may not. We'll see. All right. So now that I've applied that effect, let's talk a little bit about whether or not that worked. Yes and no. I'm not quite sure that I'm happy with it. Like, it wasn't quite what I was going for, but it does give just a little bit of like a shimmer sheen to it, at least in this light. Let me try changing this over to the white light. You know, it kind of adds a little bit of that metallic kind of shine. It differentiates it a little bit, but I don't think it's quite enough, and it's not the effect I was going for. So that's not ideal, if I'm honest. But, you know, again, we tried it. What the heck? Why not? You know, maybe it could have panned out. It just didn't happen. It just happened to not. So I think one of the things to take away from this, one of the learning moments or learning items from this, is I really like the way that the rust effect took to the axe head, but I did a different color base coat for that than the armor. So for the armor, I just basically for all the metal pieces on Bruce, which is the arbitrary name I gave this guy, by the way, if anybody who's new here doesn't know who the hell this is. So for Bruce here, all the metal pieces I just hit with a dull flat gray. It was this dungeon stone gray, which works well. Like, it's not a bad color to use for metal, but what I did with but it doesn't look quite as good with the rust effect that I was going for. And I'm not saying this is guaranteed what the problem was, but it could very well be. The rust effect here on the axe head that I think turned out actually really well. The difference here is when I did the blade of the axe, I did a nope, that's wrong, not the right one. Let's see. I did a combination of the silver and the dungeon stone. And so as a result, the axe head had a little bit more like shine to it naturally. It was a little bit brighter. It was a little bit more metallic. Um, and then I think it's possible that when I went over it with the brown and then the red to kind of do that like rust effect, I think that might be shining through a little bit better because the background color was brighter and more metallic. So I think that might be why it didn't work out quite so well here. It's because that was a flat background color. It's a theory at the very least, and it's what I'm going to test with the next time I do one of these guys, because I've got multiples of these in the board game. I'm gonna do all the metallic elements with that little bit of like, excuse me, a little bit of that gold and silver, the gray and silver combo. See if maybe that helps the rust effect pop a little bit better. But overall, like I'm not unhappy with Bruce here. Like I think he's got some good elements. I think when I hit him with the varnish, I think some of the color differences will shine through a little bit more. But we'll have to see. And it's possible this Hollow Soldier just looks like it's a crappy paint job, because I mean that might just be what it is. That's okay. I'm new enough to this, and this is the first time I painted this guy and tried this combination of stuff. So well, it's fine. It is cool. But you know what? I need to hit the base of this with some black. So I'm going to do that real quick. Then I'm going to sign off, and then I'm going to hit these guys with some varnish, and we will do a check-in on the next painting stream, which will be sometime in the next couple of days. Speaking of painting streams and next couple of days, it's worth mentioning. There we go. Tomorrow night, I'm going to be streaming over on my channel, Ravensdale Publishing. No, don't have died. I've been using this glob of black paint for the last day or two because it was big enough that it didn't dry out fully in the middle. So I'm hoping that there's still just enough life in it to get me through what I need here. Anyways, my channel here on Twitch, Ravensdale Publishing. I'm going to be painting over there tomorrow night with Samson, the artist for the Villains and Henchmen board game that I'm working on through Ravensdale Publishing. So that'll be 8:30-ish, I think, Eastern Time. Exact time is kind of TBD based on when Samson is able to get out of work, or able to get home from work, I should say. So that's something to look forward to if you are into listening to me just kind of ramble on while I paint minis badly, which some people apparently are into. So that's cool. More power to them. Appreciate the support and the viewership and the conversation as always. Not bashing, just always a little bit baffled by it. So that's tomorrow night over on my channel. And then on Thursday, here on this channel, I will be doing my Battletech stuff. That stream alternates Thursdays. Sometimes alternating Thursdays is the RPG that I run for Battletech using the Fate system. And then the other Thursdays, I paint battle mechs, which are actually proving to be a lot of fun. I've learned a lot by painting some of those mechs off stream, just as a tutorial type of thing. Obviously, I haven't learned everything because I still managed to mess up poor Bruce here, but it is what it is. So yeah. That's 9:30 Eastern here on this channel on Thursdays, and it's always going to be Battletech related. It's just a matter of whether or not it's the RPG or painting. But either way, I think the base on this guy is done. So all his base are belong to us. Those of you who are old enough to understand that meme, I salute you. Thank you all very much for tuning in, and hanging out, chatting, lurking, hopefully enjoying, regardless of your level of interaction. Always appreciate having folks here. So, have a great rest of the night. For those of you who are already into tomorrow morning, have a great rest of the day. And I hope everybody has a phenomenal week coming up. Hopefully we'll see you over on Ravensdale Publishing, the Ravensdale Publishing channel tomorrow night. If not, take care and be well, and I will catch you next time. Thanks again. Bye, everybody. Oh, and there's a quick view at the schedule, by the way. Oh, LSI Quantumi, thank you very much for being here and for chatting. Goodbye and good night to both of you. But here's a quick look at our schedule here on the Stolen Fires channel every week. Ignore the dates on it. This is basically the schedule every week. So yeah, peace out. Have a good night, everybody. Catch you next time. Jordan Break, just wanted to say thanks very much for the follow. I caught that just before I was about to end the stream, so wanted to make sure you know that I caught it and that I appreciate it. Hopefully we'll catch you in one of the streams coming up here soon. Take care, have a good week.